Hey, yo. Morgan. Guten Morgen. How's everyone? Feeling fresh. I was totally wiped out after stream yesterday. I cycled home and just like crashed on the sofa for an hour. I was like, oh. So it was good. I'm a bit under the weather at the moment, so it wipes me out more than I anticipated. And I had a terrible night's sleep, so we will see. Slightly less energy than yesterday. But I'm excited to be here still. Yeah, I have figured out all the issues, so after stream the VOD should be saved on Twitch, but also it's going to be saved on YouTube as well. I believe on YouTube it will save it without the music, the way I've set it up as well. So if you ever wanted to rewatch it, you can. Yeah, and maybe I'll even edit clips and stuff out of that, depending if there's anything worth like making shorter. If we do like a certain tutorial that could be its own thing, I'll take that out and edit it. But yeah, so that should be fixed hopefully. And we've got some different music today. It's a bit more kind of like ambient, so I know the lo-fi like piano stuff can get a bit wearing, even though it's like quite inoffensive. It's like offensively inoffensive in the end. So today we're just going very calm, very sort of like slightly not Silent Hill, but it's like Silent Hill, but if it was like just a nice place. So yeah, hopefully that should be alright. Oh yeah, that's the plan. Oh, also I think I will be able to hear the alerts now. I've tested it this morning. It's there, so we'll see obviously if anyone follows or anything like that I'll be actually able to hear it and then call it out, because I know that I missed loads yesterday because I didn't actually hear the alerts. Derp. So yeah, cool. Oh yeah, if anyone is interested in the music, by the way, I'll just I found this stuff. It claims to be royalty free. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, it's this playlist of like sort of darker ambient music. I've had it on this morning just to check it out. Seems alright. Definitely something I can just listen to a bit easier than yesterday's. I had something else, and then like halfway through, I was listening to stuff this morning. Halfway through, it turned into like dubstep. I was like, no, I don't need this. Not right now. So yeah, apologies for being a bit congested. If my energy completely fades later, well, yeah, we'll see. But right now I'm feeling okay. So, we did lots of studies yesterday, which was cool. And today I'm going to start with studies, but then we're going to switch into kind of the project, the main image that I'm trying to get off the ground. I'll talk about that when we get to it. But yeah, I'll try and figure out some design and some thumbnail ideas for that image. Like, I have a pretty clear direction of maybe the posing and that, but yeah, I want to figure out the composition, and that means that we can talk about composition as well. There's some things that I like to consider when doing a sort of a splash art composition, which you might find useful as like a little bit of a mental checklist of things. Yeah. All right. So that being said, we'll jump into some studies. I want to start off with just like a drapery study today, and just do one. Maybe do that for an hour, and then, or until the top of the hour at least, and then we'll jump into the main project. Of course, like, if you guys have any questions or anything, related to the work or anything in particular, then yeah, just shout them out. I'm all ears, as they say. So yeah, I had my eye on this one. I actually quite like this, even as just like feels like a landscape already, right? So let me get this set up. But yeah, I quite like this. I think as well this lends itself a little bit to stylizing as Leyendecker here. That the material has this kind of similar thickness in its edges, which I think is very helpful. So as usual, here I just start with a very, very, very loose sketch, right, to just align myself with what's happening. Maybe even like slightly stylize some of the shapes. But yeah, not intending to exactly copy the reference like yesterday. Like I said yesterday, rather. Yeah, I crashed out when I got home yesterday. I just sat on the sofa and then fell asleep with my phone. Like, ugh. Knackered me out, all the talking. I'll get used to it though. Honestly, hard work streaming while recovering from illness. Yeah, for real. But it's better than sitting on the sofa at home, I tell you. I was thinking like, I don't want to cancel the stream just because I feel a bit under the weather. And then the thought of actually just like doing nothing at home. I know in like an hour's time, if I had done that, I'd have been like, I gotta get out of the house. Gotta do something. Morning, Devon, by the way. Hello. And Brandon, Lemon, Izzy, Jeff. Welcome. See all of your names here. It's very nice. Goat Morgan, indeed. Indeed, my did. Alright, let's see. We can try and at first guess what these colours are going to be up here before I pick them. It's always interesting. If I was focusing 100% on learning colour, this is basically how I go about it in a study, right? First of all, I want to pick like my lightest value in the image. So, you know, on a scale from black to white, identify the lightest area in your composition. Like, I think it's probably here or here. If I squint my eye down, yeah, it's actually here. And what I then want to do is, now that I know that that's my lightest, I want to try and figure out what color it is. I mean, what hue it is. So the name of the color. So yeah, right now I've picked the value, right? The hue, I mean, it appears to me like it could be slightly yellow. Like slightly yellow, yeah, would be my guess. So it's basically high value, low saturation, yellow is my guess. So I'll open this up. I'll go to kind of the yellows, kind of the warmy yellows here. It's something like, ooh. And now sorry, my pen's being weird. Yeah, I think it's probably something like that. Right. So I'm just going to put this down. I can already see that that's wrong, right? Maybe I need to go... Let's have a look. So now that I see this, seems like quite a bit more yellow. So I need to maybe desaturate it a bit. That's looking closer. That's looking closer. And basically what I'm doing, right, if I want to compare two values, like when I was comparing this area, when I was comparing this area to see which is brighter, like how do you do that without, you know, color picking them? If you start to squint your eyes down, well, it moves to the camera. You know, squint your eyes down so that you're looking basically through your eyelashes. You know, everything starts to get a little bit blurry. If this area is brighter than this, as you start to squint, like, this will appear a lot darker than this one. This will kind of melt away while this one stays quite prominent. So if you're ever looking at like two values and you want to compare them like that, get them both in your vision and start to squint down. You kind of want to look in the middle here and have them both in your periphery. And if as you're squinting, like one of them starts to disappear, then the other one's the brightest. Takes a little bit of getting used to. Don't look at them directly. Don't look at this and squint and have this in your periphery, because this will disappear immediately, regardless, right? You gotta look somewhere in the middle and keep them both in your periphery to see this happen. Well, let's see if I'm right here. Okay, I'll open this up. Okay, that's up here. We're kind of in the right place. And then, boom! Ever so slightly. So here. Here. There you go, technique works. So that being said, let's see, we've got this color in the middle. Right here. I was a bit off. It's a bit more in the reds than the yellows than I had it. And it's higher value. I had it a little bit too low. And a little bit more yellow. Okay? So, interesting, right? If you do a whole study like this, where you pick your colors, and you do this every now and again, you'll get a much better idea of like what certain things are going to be. And you'll come across like simultaneous contrast as well, which is a very interesting kind of phenomenon when viewing color. And like I said, the more you do this, the better you'll be at kind of realizing that, oh, okay, this looks blue, but actually it's probably just like a gray, and it's surrounded by something more yellow, and that's why it has this kind of cooler blue appearance to it. Things like that. But we can do a whole stream on that one day, if you like. But anyway, that's how I'd pick the colors, and this is basically how I would do it in oil paint. But yeah, anyway. Let me just grab the colours straight from this, because it was really all about the folds for me today. But yeah, the other thing with colour mostly is when things are very saturated and whatnot, it's easier, right? Something like this is a bit easier to identify the colours. Like, oh, these are definitely blues and greens, right? This is in the yellows, etc., etc. The best kind of studies to do are like these kind of ones, where on the face of it, it's grey, but there are so many hue variations going on in here. And being able to go through something like this, you can see like the hue jumping around, right? But everything is just a grey. Yo, Dan, what's up? Yeah, everything is just a grey, but they're slightly tinted. Like all of these are kind of greens, like mid-valley greens. Then we jump over here, and it's all kind of blues and turquoise and so on. Interestingly, like a lot of this seems warmer in comparison to this. Like in my eyes, I'm almost seeing like a little bit of purple and so on, but it's really just slightly bluer greys that gives me that impression. These are the kind of studies where you really learn a lot about color, more so than something like this, which is a bit more obvious. Good to start with, but yeah. What's the YouTube address? That is a good question, Daniel. There it is. It appears to be working. I just went there, so we'll see. Anyway, sorry, back to this. I'm yapping hard. He's a yapper. Yeah, it's working. Sick. Sick, mate. Sick, dude. Sweet G's, yeah, dude. Yeah, man. After I had my little nap last night, I had some dinner. There you go. And then Daisy went to knitting club, and I played some Path of Exile, and it was sick. It was goddamn sick. God. Then everyone clapped. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was sick, dude. Honestly, really enjoying playing the game again. I like the character that I'm building. But the music in that game is just so good. Like the levels and the atmosphere and the music just really does it for me. I wish we could listen to the music on stream. Also, Grinding Gear Games, if you want any marketing artwork, just let me know. The effects too, so much going on, can still tell what's happening. Yeah, it's cool. Like I'm playing like a ice mage, right? And it's sick. You just feel like an absolute demon. We'll start playing at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you just search Path of Exile 2 original soundtrack, you won't be disappointed with any track. So, yeah, I'm playing this Ice Mage, right? And you basically, you run in, you do this big kind of AoE freeze on everyone, and then you do like a finger snap, ching, and it explodes them all, which then like chains it even more, and it's hella satisfying. Yeah, I'm trying to get back up to where I was, because I think I played my other character until like level 32, and I went back on it to try and play it, and I was just like, I've forgotten how to do it, how to play this character. So I started a new one, but I'm enjoying it more than the other one. Okay. I'm gonna try to get some of that line decker boldness in this. I think yesterday I discovered that it's a bit easier to be bolder, kind of starting in the more muted value range and just having like big planes and then sort of building up to it, because doing drapery, it can get very muddy very quickly, the values. It's the best to kind of start with less information than you need. Like with everything, I guess, really. Start general, then become specific later. Don't want to get too caught up. It's very easy to get caught up in the dates. And the dates. But yeah, it was cool. I really enjoyed the stream yesterday, everyone. It was great. Considering it's the first one back after several years, I was not expecting anything much, you know, but yeah, a lot more people here than I expected. Everyone was very like chatty, some good questions, some audience participation. It was very enjoyable. So we got about half an hour on this, and then yeah, we'll look at the main project image. So I don't really have like a story for the character that I'm gonna be working on after this. There's just kind of some things that I want to do within the image. I want the character to be kind of veiled, you know, have that sort of veil over its head. I want it to be kind of quite uncanny in a way, so it has like slightly longer limbs and fingers and stuff, so it just feels a little bit otherworldly. But yeah, I want it to just be like a very sort of strange character that maybe wouldn't be out of place in something like Path of Exile, but I feel like it's going to look a bit more sort of I don't know. It's not going to be as sort of dark and gothy, I don't think. It's going to be much more on the sort of angelic looking side of things, I guess. Um, but yeah, I do want to have lots of drapery. There's going to be some gold, obviously, because I love painting gold. There's going to be glowing eyes, because I have to have glowing eyes in everything. Yep, don't care if you don't like it, honestly. Glowing eyes is better than not glowing eyes. If your characters don't have glowing eyes, then what are you doing? Get a life, grow up. Yeah, basically like a chance to just do a lot of things that I've wanted to put in a painting for a while, and just having the excuse to do that. Maybe throughout doing it, I'll figure out some kind of narrative, right? But it's not the starting point, which usually the narrative would be the starting point for this kind of thing, because the character is already designed and so on. So, and you're telling a moment, you're telling a story about something, but not this time. This is pure Alex wants to paint what he wants to paint. Narrative secondary. We can shoehorn some narrative in, but then when it's all done, I'll pretend like it was done from the start, so that I look smart. Okay? What's the lore on Path of Exile? Is it classic dark fantasy thing? Honestly, don't know. The story is pretty unimportant to me. It's just more the atmosphere. The voice acting is really good, but it's a kind of like Dark Souls in that people are saying stuff in like English accents, and they're all like, "Oh, well, you can't go to the forest alone," and all that kind of stuff. But I have no idea what they're talking about or care. It's not really. Although people say that the story is good, it's actually pretty irrelevant for me. It's more just I like the atmosphere and the gameplay. Like you don't really play Dark Souls for the story, do you? Like people can pretend they know what's going on in Dark Souls, but no one actually knows. You have to watch that channel and find out what all the story was. No one really gives a shit about the story, even though they pretend they do. They're like, "Oh, Dark Souls story is amazing." Yeah, but explain it to me. Like it makes sense if you dive into it all, but at least for me, it's not important. Yeah, exactly. 4 hours. Yeah, what's his name? Vati Video, that makes the videos for all the FromSoft games and the lore. Great to listen to while you're working, and even then I don't take it in. I'm just like, murmur, whatever. He's got a nice voice. He's saying stuff. I vaguely know what he's talking about. Like, he's the only person that plays Dark Souls for the story. Let's put it that way. Everyone else just like dark fantasy, big hits, and the atmosphere. If you say otherwise, you're lying. You are a liar. You know the story, name one Dark Soul then. Yeah, exactly. Name the darkest soul, if you know the story. Yeah. Also, from what I do know of the story, it's complete ass, man. Like it's just like fantasy nonsense, which is fine. It's I know the director was like saying that he grew up with a lot of like English fantasy novels in the house, but he's Japanese, so he would only understand like passages of the books, if that. So in the way that in Dark Souls the story seems like quite sort of disjointed and told through, you know, small lore dumps and like passages and characters, you know, saying stuff, and it's all a bit sort of confusing and out of time. He was trying to emulate that experience that he had as a child, reading these fantasy books and just not being able to understand whole chapters at a time because he didn't have the vocabulary and so on. And he wanted to sort of try and emulate that feeling, because for him it was like quite exciting. He would just sort of pick up on little bits that were happening every now and again, and then he'd have to use his imagination, you know, to figure out what was going on. And, you know, the passage of time would be therefore really ambiguous to him in the games, in the books, because he didn't understand. So if you look at it from that end, you know, it isn't necessarily supposed to be understood. It's about an atmosphere that's being created that he had as an experience as a child, which to me says that the story is kind of wholly unimportant. It's about the experience, him transposing that same experience onto the viewer. So by getting really into the story and trying to figure it out, you're missing the point. So there, have that. Hot take: if you know about the story of Dark Souls, you're not really a fan. You're just a goober. Just hit things and kind of not really understand what's going on. That's the way. That's the way the game was intended. But yeah, that interview with the developer is very interesting, if you can find it. I listened to that and I was like, oh, this makes so much sense as to why the game is that way. Trying to get that kind of juicy, kind of thick quality that this duvet has, but also trying to be bold with the shapes. It's quite nice. It does sort of suit my sensibilities for painting things, where I basically like try a stroke, undo, try a stroke, undo, try a stroke, undo. Which is funny, because when I draw, you know, line work, I'm like a big scribbler. I don't really like pay attention to getting the line correct, you know, first time. It's very much my sort of painting brain that goes this way. But my drawing brain, I'm like, hell nah. Scribble. But yeah, this is the kind of fabric that the guy is going to be wearing in the project piece that I'm going to be working on. It's going to be kind of quite thick like this. Try and do them bold folds, yeah. Run me them bold folds. So it's good study practice. And I honestly haven't done anything for a while that's got like lots of drapery. Trying to think, do I have anything in my portfolio that's got loads of drapery in it? Yeah, nothing that really has an excessive amount of it. I think this thing that I'm going to do... Oh yeah, okay, this is old. This is... this is nasty. Yeah. Yeah, this is horrible. A long time ago, that. 8 years ago. Damn. But it's nasty, bro. That was one of the images that I sent to Wizards of the Coast once upon a time. I was like, I'd like to do a card. Give me a couple of minutes. I need a quick bathroom break. But I'll be right back. Hey, yo. He's back. Yeah, there's some parts of this that kind of liking even though it's maybe not entirely Leyendecker, it's on the way, but there's a kind of like creaminess to the way the surface feels in certain parts, which I'm really digging, and that I like the sort of like cleanliness of it in a way, you know, like you can see the strokes, and that's kind of what I'm after, is what I want the drapery to feel kind of thick and kind of pillowy. I need to see the strokes in it more, kind of emulating a little bit like, you know, real media in that way. Not excessively, like I don't necessarily like when digital painting like has actual, you know, like oil painting strokes in it so much as like it just has a very nice sort of visual indication of the strokes, which, you know, you could say emulates real media, but it's not like trying to do the texture of it. It's just more the directness of it, I guess. Ice cream cloth almost. Yeah, exactly. There's just like a little creaminess to it, which I kind of like. There's like a slight otherworldliness to it in that way, which will be good for the character that we're doing, because he's going to be kind of some weird entity. Yeah, kind of something slightly kind of Sargent-esque in the way. Like Sargent does quite creamy looking material textures a lot of the time, especially if you see him in person. Some of these big sort of like, I think the material's called taffeta, but he'll paint these taffeta dresses that, you know, a lot of these ladies will be wearing, and god damn, it looks excellent when you see it up close. Like you can, it kind of feels like taffeta, but at the same time it just feels like this really sort of sumptuous kind of creamy thick painted stuff that isn't a material. Yeah, let me see if I can quickly find one. John Singer Sergeant. I love Sergeant. It's so good. Yeah, here's a perfect one. Just so good with the references. Let's go. Wait, copy image. Yeah. Look at this. But yeah, I think it's this kind of material called taffeta, I believe. It's sort of like a very, very of the time, but he always does it in a really gorgeous way. Oh, here's another fantastic one. God damn. Sorry about it. Very creamy, you know? Obviously oil paint lends itself to that, but look at this, like, this is what I'm talking about. It's it is a material, it's kind of representative of it, but in a way it's just actually really pleasing to look at, and very, very juicy, very thick, obvious strokes, you know? And that's kind of what I would like the material to look like, you know, as opposed to looking exactly real. It's just got to have nice intersecting lines to it. Sorry, I'm being a real pervert for this material, but when a material's done like that, with that kind of finesse and style to it, and it's neither like realistic, but it kind of is, just a bit of a sucker for that. Do like it. Sargent's really good at that. Giovanni Baldini, very much more like stylized than Sargent even. He does really good materials that are in that same vein. Joaquin Sorolla, basically like the Spanish Sargent. I believe he's Spanish. Sorry if I got that wrong. And who else? Mariano Fortuny also has some really nice like material expression on that kind of end of things. Yeah, I really dig it. Obviously, that stuff looks great in books, but if you can see anything like that in a gallery, and you know you can really go up and look at it, you know you'll see the stroke. It's great. So yeah, when I done a few, got back to using my oils and stuff. I'm also learning to use gouache at the moment, but yeah, I'm gonna attempt to do some studies like this, but in oils first, and then build my way up to doing like a much bigger painting again. I used to paint in oils a lot. It's something I really missed. Want to get back into. I've got one sat next to me right now, a big oil painting from back in the day. That I won't be able to finish this one because I don't have the same setup anymore. But yeah, I do want to get back to painting. Got to build my way up to it though, because jumping back in, I think I would just disappoint myself massively without the proper preparations. Reminds me of seeing a Rembrandt live once. They showed us his stuff in school all the time, but after starting to draw more and more, then seeing one in a museum makes you realise the quality of it just as a whole. Yeah, I mean, for real. Frans Hals, he's a Dutch painter. He was quite a bit ahead of his time, I think, when it comes to the style. He definitely has a bit more of a slightly more simplified and impressionist feel about his work, more than his contemporaries. It's quite nice. And obviously Diego Velázquez, he was way ahead of his time. He's kind of like a an inspiration for Sargent. The way that Velázquez kind of painted a bit more from the impression, because a lot of painters at the time are just like very academic, right? They weren't painting the visual impression. They were more painting, from, I guess, idealized proportions and like, in a way, it's hard to put into words, but Sargent is someone that paints the impression, as in he's an impressionist. He paints visually, mimicking what's happening in the eye, whereas a lot of older painters, they're not doing that, and I just basically don't like as much anything that is kind of pre-impressionist era, because it feels very forced and manufactured in a way. There are exceptions, obviously, but for me, and I don't necessarily even mean sort of like the impressionists like Monet and Manet and that gang, but definitely Sargent as an impressionist painter, and others of his ilk, like I mentioned before, Sorolla, Fattioni, Mancini, Celia Beau, all of these painters that are painting the impression, that is much more my sort of taste in stuff, and I find it hard to really get into anything else outside of that. I just don't see I don't want to sound like a dick, but I just don't see what's good about it. I just very much have a style of stuff that I like looking at, and if it's not that, then bye. See you later. GG noob. Impression gang, Not saying it's not good. It's just not my thing. Good morning, mate. I'll be lurking, buddy. What's up, Richard? Nice. Thanks. I appreciate the lurking welcome. I'm here for the lurkers. It's hopefully me chatting is not annoying. But I know what it's like for me. I do like having something on in the background and working along and knowing that the other person is working along with me. Okay, so it's pretty much the top of the hour. I feel kind of warmed up enough on this, so I'll just save that, and I'll open up my other sketch. Okay, yeah, I'll open this up. And we'll take a look at it. We're going to take I'll take some time to talk about composition and the arrangement of the piece. Oh yeah, I also dug up some refs as well, so we'll look at these. And yeah, we'll get into it. I'll try and basically do a sort of black and white kind of thumbnail for this composition. I'll try and get that done today. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Try and include all the things that I want to include. But yeah, hang on. Before we look at these references, just run you through what the idea is basically. So this was my initial sort of idea. Hell yeah, amped. Yeah, this was my initial idea, and the whole reason it was done in this format, where it's like front on, and so on, is because I was thinking initially, yeah, I'll do this as a digital study, and then I'll try and oil paint this. But I realized that was actually quite ambitious, seeing as I haven't picked up a brush for quite some time. So my then thoughts were, okay, maybe I'll do this as just like a digital splash art. I can show the whole process on stream, etc. And then I can do some studies and so on in oils that are much simpler, just getting back used to things. And maybe at some point down the line, I would visit this as an oil painting. But anyway, that's further down the line. So that's why this first one is like really flat, dead on, and is a lot more simple in its execution and its composition. There's depth, but it was intended to be quite simple for that reason. So anyway, when I had decided, okay, Alex, you jump in the gun, you're being insanely ambitious here with the oil painting, I basically brought this over and kind of re-sketched it. So let me just turn layers off. Yeah, I brought it over here and re-sketched it. I think this was the OG sketch. There we go. Ship it. Done. This is basically how any idea starts for me. Sometimes I'll do a painting like this on the left, but or I'll do a drawing of like a pose that I like, but it generally won't have the camera angle or anything. It will just be like an idea for it, and then I will start doing like rough sketches like this, where I take, you know, the base pose, as it were, and think about moving the camera and so on. So these rough sketches in the beginning are like literally just getting the idea down and maybe moving the camera around to do this. As you can see, it's very rough, but that's all I kind of need to see where things are going. You know, the skulls, you know, where the head is, etc., etc. I then usually like turn the opacity down on something like this, and I start drawing over it again. Not trying to make it, but, you know, fantastic lines. Even again, it's just like pushing it a stage further to be like, okay, I can see things a bit more. And I'll do this a number of times, right? So it was this. I think I even like started putting some color and value down on this, and I was like, okay, I'm kind of seeing where I'd want to go in relation to this with it. But then I was like, actually, come on, do a bit more on the line work. So I came in, I sort of started to think about it a little bit more drawn out at this stage. So I tried a different orientation for the hands, but I think I preferred this one. Yeah, I kept going. I dropped in a skull. This is a 3D skull. I just dropped it in as you know, like I did in this one, just for ref. There's like one up here as well. Obviously these ones are painted, but again, it's just helped me see the idea. Like, sometimes you need something grounded to do that. And then I believe at this point, yeah, so I like drop the opacity of all of this. And sorry, I was trying to decipher the nonsense that I've presented here. As you can see, the ideas, they don't come out clean. Okay, so yeah, this ended up being like a little bit of a neater sketch. Just things like the hands and the skull and everything. And I probably had one of these on underneath it with the opacity down at this stage. So yeah, I got my sort of general heading with this, with that's going to be the sort of thing behind him there. So this was another thing that I painted that might come into play at some point. I just liked the soft lighting that I did on this one. This was like a couple of hours messing around, trying stuff out. So this is also a reference in here that might come into play. Who knows? Who knows? So that's generally with this guy. I don't know that he's going to be just as he is. We'll talk about that in a second. Anyway, other references. This is the veiled statue I was talking about yesterday, where it looks like it's kind of wet, or it's really thin material, and it's in marble, and it's fucking insane. Yep, absolute Chad sculptor right there. It's just so good. But this has some really nice, you know, because these are sculpted edges, there's really nice like insertions, you know, where the deltoid inserts into the arm and the material goes over. You get these really lovely like flatter planes and highlights and stuff. So this will come into play later, but this drapery is mwah. If you imagine this but with kind of like a line decker efficiency to it and like sharpness, it's gonna look pang, right? So those are here. Yeah, this veiled statue, really nice how like we have the sort of hollows for the eyes and so on, and then this drapery going off and over the shoulder like that is definitely something I'd want to maybe include in here. You know, we can have nice drapery over the shoulders. Yeah, these sculptors are off the chain. Off the chain. If you look up any sculptures by Carpo as well, they've got such a like softness to them. They look like skin, but they're marble. Just the texture, but also just the skill in keeping the surface even. There's a beautiful one. I'll find it. Yeah, god damn. Yeah, look at this. But yeah, Carpo's insane. There's just like a sort of, look at this. I've actually seen this one. Yeah, sorry. It's sidetracked of all the beautiful marbles. So anyway, these are all the references. As you can see, what I'm trying to show you is like all of the ideas that are going around in my head that I want to include in this image. So that does kind of lead me onto composition, right? Let me take out that. Yeah, leads me onto composition. So I think for me, I was drawing this like this because I was still thinking about the oil painting in mind. But when it comes to doing this as a splash, I would kind of like the character to be taking up a little bit more of the scene. And actually, if I just take this stuff as it is on its own layer now, put it on multiply. Yeah, I would maybe want to try and tilt them into the frame a little bit more, and maybe even have them slightly larger in here. So that there is a bit more presence, but that also the slight diagonal gives it a little bit of a sort of uncanny / like weird energy to it. It's you know, it's like we're lower down than the figure. It's giving us some sense of like power dynamic, you know. And obviously there's going to be this like orb that is framing our character's head here, and the skulls are coming out of this orb in this manner. So right here we have like main skull, this one's just coming out of the orb, this one's going back in, and this one's on its way back round, and it has that kind of shape to it, which I like, the surround. And basically the skulls come out of this black goo, and then here they get kind of like cleansed into gold, and then the gold one will move back round and then enter the orb again from this side. And maybe we could even like separate this out so that half this is kind of like liquid gold and half this is like black liquid on this side. That could be quite cool. But the idea with this was I wanted to have, you know, like I was doing in the flat version of it, here, like I was doing in this version, is to have some kind of like symbols and graphicness to the shapes. So that's why there's the circle and like, you know, hey Simdim, welcome, thank you. Yeah, it's a cool design, I love it. Lots of gold, I approve. Yeah, I gotta have gold, glowing eyes, you know, it's what I do, it's what I like. Yeah, so there's gonna be some kind of symbols in here, maybe the thing gets offset a little bit. The circle is like slightly offset behind the head, in a way. But yeah, it's a framing device, essentially. Back here. So yeah, talking about composition, right? I wanted to, you know, sometimes get asked about dynamic compositions, or like how to get depth in the composition and give it that feeling of, you know, stuff happening front to back in an image. Hey Castonia, what's going on? Sorry, 1 second. I'm getting distracted here. Sorry, I'm just setting up the heater because it's getting cold. So yeah, depth, and stuff in the composition. If you think of the image in 3D. Let's get rid of this for a second. Okay. Imagine that your image is a stage in a theater, right? This is the floor of the stage. Okay. Now, like in the theater, you'll have like characters, right? People that stand on the stage, and they can stand at different depths from the front. So you're here as the audience, yeah? There's your eye. You're looking at the stage. And you might have like scenery that are these kind of flat panels, right? That, you know, this is a tree or whatever. That exist on the stage at certain depths, right? And you got people on there. Maybe you got someone sat on the edge of the stage, right? So when you look at this from the front, you know, like this, I got my tree. I got this dude sat here. Got that dude back there stood up. Got this dude, he's a bit closer, he stood up. Now I've got some kind of scenery element here, and I got another scenery element there. Now, yeah, maybe there's like some cloud painted on the back scene or whatever. At the very back here. There's clouds. Okay? Now, this is the 3D scene, right? It is three-dimensional. But when you see it from the front, the only way that you can really tell that there is any depth is like the relative size of things that you know, right? So these people, you can tell by the size of them that, oh, they're at different depths in this scene, right? But other than that, there isn't anything that really tells you about the depth of these things in the scene. And so it appears quite flat, right? So it doesn't even matter if these things are being dynamic, like if this guy is jumping up in the air or anything like that. There is no inherent like dynamism or overlap that tells us about the depth of anything. It's just relative sizing. So you could set this scene up and everyone's doing real crazy shit, but if you don't have anything that describes the Z space in that, it's going to appear very, very flat and kind of uninteresting, and that there isn't any space being traversed. Now, that's fine. Not every illustration needs to be like that, but when doing these kind of engaging sort of character splash illustrations or kind of a marketing illustration of some sort, you want to have this Z space being told. It's very dynamic. It helps to kind of pull the viewer into the space. It can also situate the viewer in the scene itself, and the scene appears to be continuing around and above the character, the person themselves. So, in this same analogy, if I think about the stage again, same setup. Okay, the stage. Us as the audience member, you know, the backdrop. What I want to try and do, instead of just placing things at different depths like it was before, I want to try and set up what I call bridges. So something, and I'll just literally use bridges for this, but I want to try and traverse like 3 spaces. Foreground, middle ground, background. I don't want things that just sit in the background, things that sit in the midground, and things that sit in the foreground in and of themselves, because that's where we get this scenario again. I want to have things that bridge these gaps. So I need something that, say, like flows from the foreground to the midground. Let's just say it's like some drapery right now, right? I want something that flows from the background, let's say, all the way to the foreground. So let's say I have like these big dynamic sweeping clouds that go over my scene and they go right into the background. You know, they come out and over the foreground. Let's say I have my character, right, and he's in the midground here, and you know, he has his arm extended out into the background, and he has this arm extended forward into the foreground, and you know, he has like a glowing orb or whatever it is. And then I have maybe some of his drapery, you know, it flows off and it goes from the midground into the background. And then maybe I have some particles, like, okay, I've got some like sparks and stuff coming off of this orb, and they flow from the foreground again back into the background. When I see this scene from, you know, the audience perspective, that flat picture view that our image has, instead of everything arranged like this, I'm going to start seeing, like, you know, some foreshortening, some real dynamic posing. I had this drapery that's winding up and around going into the back. I got the clouds coming over and so on. I got his drapery going into the midground. Suddenly it becomes a lot more visually engaging, and I have led the viewer's eye into the image. I maybe even give the illusion that the viewer themselves are in the image, because something appears to be coming out and past them or out over them. You know, as an example, in this piece, we have these daggers. They're like flying into the foreground. Like this one is basically flying into my face, you know. So I've placed the viewer like down low, right in the composition. Now these daggers, they fly past our character in the midground, all the way into the background. Okay, I have this big like entity in the background here, and parts of this are coming all the way around past our character and into the foreground. I have the character itself, whose hand is reaching into the foreground and their other hand is reaching into the background, and so on. There are all these cues that really push the depth, and there isn't even a tremendous amount of overlap here, but you can do more with overlaps as well, overlapping things. But this would be the idea in any of these compositions, that foreground element, this wispy smoke that comes across and goes past our character, and it becomes all the way in the background. The character herself, the longest part of her, like the handle of the brush that she's holding, extends from like shallow background into the midground where the character is, and it's foreshortened in that direction. It's not flat to us, it's not coming down at an angle like this, where it's just like flat to the canvas next to her. It's going behind her into the background. The foot is going from foreground to midground, and so on. There are these overlaps and cues that show us this. You know, this wisp goes all the way past her, and so on. And this is what makes something that is, you know, it's seemingly calm, and she's not jumping around or anything, but it makes it much more dynamic and engaging. And you want to try and do this as much as you can in these kind of illustrations, because it really helps lead the eye and pull the viewer in, and just keep things moving, and it's what gives it that dynamism. When you don't have it so much, you can get things that appear a lot calmer, but if they're not meant to and you don't do it, then it makes things feel a bit flat and a bit dead. And it can be as simple as just effects and so on, but it's really worth thinking about. And yeah, I do end up talking about this stuff quite a bit. But I think it's something that I see that's missing quite a lot in work, that's meant to be dynamic. Everything kind of exists like in the midground, and no one's really trying to traverse those spaces and get nice overlaps and bridge the gaps. So there you go. Yeah, Castonia. These videos, the VODs, now that I've sorted it out, the VODs will be saved here on Twitch after I stream, and they will also be saved on my YouTube channel. Again, we're streaming live on YouTube right now as well as Twitch. And yeah, all these VODs will be saved. I will actually like clip out things like tutorials, like that explanation that I've just done, as separate videos on there, so that they're just in a shorter format. But yeah, the idea is that any little tutorials and stuff like that we'll be clipping out and saving. So yeah, don't worry, you can go back and listen to it. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. So that being said, with this guy, I want to try and do that. The character is set up in a certain way that this stuff is starting to happen already, right? He's in the mid-ground. This is him as a box. His hand, is kind of slightly forward in this. This other one is coming past him and reaching forward. But what I would also like to set up is something where maybe we have some like drapery that is floating up and around, that comes from the foreground, like right behind us, essentially flows behind him and off up into the background. Maybe there is a bit more of that starts in the mid-ground, right, and then flows around. Again, a nice kind of like framing device for him. But yeah, I also would like to do some kind of hanging drapery or even clouds or something in the background that does this a bit more. Yeah, I will do Castonia. That is, I missed it off there. I'll suss that after the stream. Thanks for the reminder. Cool.
All right then.
So yeah, I guess what I'll try and do. I was thinking out loud, like the way to do this. I might put like a flat shape in here just for him and the orb and the skulls, just some flats, so that I can like move this stuff around, and then anything else that we add into this, I can do with flat shapes, and we'll kind of build up the composition that way, because that will enable me to put some lighting in as well. I'll show you how to do that. Sorry, I just need to take a very brief break. I just want to make a hot drink and use the bathroom. And then we'll jump into this. And yeah, I'll basically show you, as if this was like me creating a thumbnail to send a client. We'll go through that process together, how that works. We'll add some lighting. We'll basically do a black and white composition of what I'm thinking about with this, and we'll try out some different stuff. I'll try and show you where I'm using the foreground, midground, background, and the bridging and all of that. So yeah. All right. Yeah. 2 minutes, mate. 3 minutes. I'm just going to put you guys on be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom, and yeah, see you soon. Yo, thanks for your patience. Sorry, I'm just because I'm a bit sick. I'm drinking loads of fluids, and then I just need the loo every 20 minutes. All right. Cool. So, like I said, I'm gonna put some flats behind. Welcome back. I'm gonna put some flats behind this image. When I say flats, all I'm really talking about is, as it sounds, just some flat shapes behind the line work. The flat shapes represent these things as like separate entities in the composition, and this makes it really quick to iterate on the spacing and placement of everything in the composition, enabling me to kind of try out some different arrangements and figure out the composition without putting too much time into it. Ideally, you want to try and iron out the issues that the composition is going to have at a very early stage, so that you're not committing a ton of time to something that ultimately isn't going to work for whatever reason. Maybe that's tangents, or it's the wrong angle, or it doesn't show what you want it to show, the client doesn't like it, etc., etc. So, what I will try and do for myself is get things into sort of shape quite quickly, and that way I can add a little bit of lighting, and I can just start moving things around to find my composition. Also, the reason another reason I do this is that I'm not ultimately like the best draftsman, right? As in, I can draw, but I wouldn't say it's my strong point. And I think I can better communicate my ideas with shape and lighting than I can with just line work alone. So especially when I'm working by myself, like when I'm working in a team, I have very talented line artists that we work with, and they do the heavy lifting when it comes to designing the composition and such. But when I'm working on my own, I would say that obviously drawing is not my strong suit. So I tend to play to my strengths, do quite minimal on the line work. It will be there, like this is there, but I never really neaten it up to the point where it's like the line work could stand there in and of itself. I don't think anyone's ever been like, wow, yeah, Alex's line work is the shit, and I'm aware of it about my own work. So this is why I like to do this. So I'm basically just putting flat shapes on their own layer to represent all the different parts of this composition. So I've got the skull here. I'll do all of the skulls, and just make sure they're in the correct place. None of this needs to be super neat. This is still and the values of these aren't important right now. They will become important when I kind of put some lighting in a bit later. But right now it's just as long as you can identify what everything is, where it is. Yep. That's all it needs to be. And obviously the line work can stay on a bit later on. You can turn it off, but I would usually send something like this with the line work on. I can bring up an example from some old client work. Let me just put you on the camera for a second. This is from a few years ago. I can show you this as the artwork is already out there. Sick. This is just some examples of some thumbnails that where we're heading, basically, so you have an idea of what I'm doing right now. Okay. Yo, Patrick, what's up? How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Okay. So this is basically where we're heading right now. With this current image, right? I'm setting it up with flats. Basically, we'll put some lighting in. But this is the kind of thumbnails that when I'm working by myself, this is what I sort of send to the client. As like, these are my ideas. Certain things in here, like this was a very, very rough 3D model of this thing because it had a very particular shape just to place in here. But as you can see, like pretty rough line work. Everything has kind of flats and its local value. And then I drop in some very rough lighting just to be like, yo, this is what I'm intending. And these are very clear, you know, in as much as it has everything in that I want to show. It has all these different kind of story moments that I want to showcase. And yeah, it has, you know, as much as I can where it's possible. So for context, this is a splash artwork for a character, right? And it's the base artwork for her. So they wanted to show as much of her outfit as possible. So that's why there isn't like a ton of overlap when it comes to the outfit itself. But I do try and get the depth in there by having, you know, the character going from kind of more foreground to background. There's lots of overlap in the background and so on. It's set up enough that there's depth, but I can still show a lot of her outfit. But anyway, this is kind of where we're heading with this, in effect. So hopefully by the end of the stream, we'll have, you know, one of these set out like this with the lighting and local values. And we'll have a pretty good idea then about what the composition is going to be as a whole in there. So just keep that in mind. I thought it'd be helpful for you guys to see where we're headed with that. And this is, yeah, the method by which I do that. You know, some rough stages of line work just to get things down, nothing too complicated. I wouldn't make this any more complicated than it currently is for this reason. And then, yeah, flats. Again, these are rough flats as well. They're not super neat. And I don't need things to be really neat for me to like take, if I'm choosing this composition, I can actually just go from this point to color to final, you know? Especially if it's my own work. Especially in my own stuff as well, I do like to call it like sandboxing. It's where I just like fling shit at the wall and see what sticks. Floaty skelly boys, exactly. Welcome, hello. Those are some really cool sketches, thank you. Yeah, I had fun doing those. Did quite a few splash artworks for that game. And they're all really fun to design. Nightmare to paint. absolute nightmare to paint because they were to be animated, every layer, which is just an insane process for the person doing it. You need lots of layers, and it really stunts the painting, I think. So yeah, I'll let, what's it called, so you see the file. Yeah, I can grab the file later and show you. Yeah, I can grab the file in a bit and shows ya. I'm not entirely happy with the finish on that one for a number of reasons. But I'm not gonna go into on stream. But just know some clients are very difficult to work with. I'm just putting in a rough gradient here, just it's a bit easier on the eye for the background. So yeah, I want to put some drapery and some depth in there to do what we were talking about before. So let's put some, and this is where it's nice working with flats, right? Because now instead of drawing the drapery, I can actually just use a flat shape to do it. And this is a bit more like painting, which was previously established. Is much more my strong suit, and I can really sort of figure out the flow and the shape of that kind of a thing in a much more interesting way for myself. So I want this drapery to be quite sort of, this one that's flowing around, to be quite thin and almost like chiffon in a way. So a bit like on the Be Right Back screen. Like that kind of smoke has that very sort of see-through like wispiness to it. This drapery would be kind of like that, almost like how this appears, you know. It feels like to me if this was actually material that you could still see the color of the skin underneath, you know. It'd be very thin. So this stuff that's flying past, it's going to have like a fair bit of translucency to it, I think, in my mind. And yeah, just really bold and dynamic shapes. Trying to think about the Leyendecker studies that we were doing, being bold with the shapes. Something about that, like being bold with shapes. Colleague of mine, a number of years ago now, was like, you need to vary up the widths of things like this in your images, and like really go from thick to thin quite dramatically. You know, in your image you should have something that goes, you know, from a very thick thickness down to like something very thin, and go like thinner than you imagine you should with it, and really push the dynamism there. And yeah, it really works, like going from thick to thin and being very dramatic with it. It's just a nice contrast for the eye, and like the image should be full of contrasts, you know. And going from thick to thin is one way to do that for shape, and so on. But obviously we're going to have contrast in like value and saturation and all of that stuff, front to back. But yeah, here I just wanted to create something that's like very, very dynamic feeling. Lots of like parabolic curves, lots of going like thick to thin, smooth curves, and then dramatic changes of direction. So, something like this has a bit of a corner to it, but then like round here, we go for a much more like smoother curve. And it's just all very interesting for the eye to follow, etc. And yeah, we're going like from in front to behind the character. I'll just select the character itself and erase anything that is in front of it right now. Life hack. Select this as well. Erase, etc. And then what's good about these shapes is later, I can go in and put lighting within that shape to traverse back to front. I want to do another bit of material here. Let's get that going. Yeah, I never sorry, question from Brandon here. Yeah, I never understood people who could jump straight into super clean lines. Don't get me wrong, mad respect to them, but shapes are way easier for me to feel it out. Yeah, man, you are also of the painter brain. Some people just, in the same way that you find shapes the way to do it, some people are just like that with line work. Like they just can see it a bit more immediately. And it really works for them. But yeah, it is a skill. Absolutely. You just got to do a lot of drawing if you want that to be yourself. But it ain't me. I'm not that guy. As they say. Not that guy, buddy. So you'll notice, right, that the flats for these shapes are all like one value right now. So it's kind of hard to tell the depth of them. We will rectify that. I'm just kind of putting in some shapes that I find interesting right now. And the depth of which I understand myself, right, because I'm drawing it, but might not necessarily be super well understood for you guys right this second. But yeah, thick to thin. Gotta go thick to thin. And then just erase. Oh. Okay. Other thing when it comes to like adding things like this in the image, I've got a bit more of an eye for it now because I do it all the time. But it is something where you're drawing. Our brain likes patterns and it likes rhythm, and so on. And so we tend to, if we're not kind of completely paying attention, we tend to draw in patterns. And what I mean by that is we will regularly kind of space things out. We will make parallel lines. We will make right angles and so on, with all of our mark making. And this can mean that you kind of basically make undynamic something that's meant to be dynamic. You really have to pay attention to not do this, especially if the intention is to have something that has a lot of flow and energy to it. You don't want to be putting in lots of parallel lines, where there don't need to be, lining shapes up together, repetition of the same width, etc., etc. And it does take a little bit of like objective viewing to kind of get this stuff out, and I still do it, and it's something I have to look at. But for example, one thing is like I turned this guy, I tilted him, right? And in doing so, I made this line that wasn't vertical now dead vertical with the frame, okay? And while it's not the end of the world, it does like line up with his arm, and it does kind of line up with the side of his head, and in something that I wish to be kind of quite sort of flowing and dynamic, this is a little bit uncanny, right? So that's something where this kind of line, I'd maybe want to like open it out this way a little bit or this way to get away from that and not have that similar kind of tangent running all the way up through him. In a way, this is kind of doing the same thing here, this to the edge. You know, if I had too much of this going on, if I have even more of it, it would start to stiffen things up. And what I would much prefer in this case is to like have all my shapes kind of steer upwards towards the head in this kind of manner. That to me would satisfy the pull of the eye towards our kind of focal point a little bit more. So yeah, similarly, like this edge here is getting pretty vertical, so this is something I'd look at and change. This is something that I haven't done here but can happen quite a lot, is like you'll see that these distances, you know, I haven't done it here like I said, but something like this, people would tend to like make these distances without knowing it all the same width, and like all of these things the same width, and that will kind of very much stiffen things up. Like here I'm being careful to, like, this flows up in this direction, this one flows out in this direction, this one flows down in this direction. That's quite nice rhythm, right? We've got a kind of a big shape, a medium shape, and a small shape, and they're all going with different energy. Let's call it energy, but they're all kind of folding out in their own way away from our subject. You know, this has much more of a kind of a stronger triangular shape towards this perfect circle. So, you know, graphically, this has quite a nice arrangement to it, regardless of what it is, you know. Similarly here, you know, we have like large, medium, small shapes. When I'm looking at this, I'm looking like, okay, this is really wide, okay, this not so wide, this even thinner, small, medium, large. These could all be the same widths, right? And it would look kind of strange, a little bit uncanny. You need to try and look at your image objectively, not for what it is, but just for the graphic design of the shapes and the arrangement, and try and fix these things. And this is the stage to do it. You don't want to be doing it rendering. There'll be little things that pop up, but you don't want to be fixing major stuff in the rendering process. You know, you can change things too much. And you can come across a problem that actually, you know, you got to change loads and it really breaks the image. So when we're designing a thumbnail, designing an illustration, like this is the kind of time to go in and start to mess with this kind of stuff a little bit, and try and see if you can fix any of those issues. It takes a little while to get attuned to doing it. I gotta say, it's not like ultimately something that's very intuitive in the beginning. But if you make a note next to your work as to be like, okay, check for small, medium, and large shapes, check for tangents, check for similar sized and spaced objects, etc., etc. Then you'll make a note for doing it, and you will also kind of learn not to do it in a way. So now it's something I can relatively spot most of the time, and it's definitely something at work, someone will spot it in the team. There's always someone switched on in the morning, that will be like, hey, I know we were going to send this composition, but have you seen that mad tangent here, etc. And it's worth fixing. So yeah, I'm just warping stuff here. Warp tool is really good because if you think about it, you're hand drawing shapes, right? I'm hand drawing these kind of cloth shapes that are flowing around. I am right-handed. I am drawing on a tablet. All of these things kind of lend themselves for you to make very similar strokes. If you're not like constantly rotating your canvas to draw strokes and so on, which I'm not currently. I tend to do it more when I render, but you're going to make very similar strokes. So you'll find that a lot of the things you do end up going in the same direction, or have a very similar. Yo, Sicko Flair, thanks for the follow. That was really quiet, but I did hear it. Yeah, you're going to make very similar shapes. And that means that everything that was intended to be like flowy and so on sometimes doesn't have like the dynamism you expect, because again you draw similar things, right? And you're right-handed and you're just drawing shapes with the same brush, so you're going to come across instances where you just make similar lines. So I'll quite often draw the lines like I have done here, and then I'll use the warp tool and kind of stretch and pull them and flatten them a little bit. In this way, I will get shapes that aren't regular, or something that I have drawn before. There's an element of like randomness that comes from the warp, which sounds like very like the Warhammer or something, but there is a bit of a randomness that comes from the warping that keeps the line feeling like fresh and not just something that I've drawn, because I will draw the same shapes over and over again. You can't really help it. You are but human. So something else to think about. Sorry if this is like information overload. I'm just as these things come to my mind as I'm doing them, I'm like, oh, I should explain that, but yeah, he might just be like, yo, shut up. So yeah, I do think in the background here, like, I maybe do want some drapery that's like a bit more sort of hanging down, as if it was like some big curtains or something. They're not curtains, and I don't even know what they're hanging off of yet, but I do want some kind of repeating element maybe that goes back there. Maybe it's they're hanging down from like something floating. Oh, maybe there's like these kind of floating heads, and they have the drapery hanging off of them, and you don't really see that one because of the angle. Just I want something flowing back there that's sort of hanging down, so maybe this is it. again, like I'm spitballing here, so I can figure all this out. As long as it looks cool. And then, yeah, maybe in the foreground, in the far background, I have some clouds going on. Okay, this is all going to start making a bit more sense when I kind of drop some lighting in. Right now I'm just sort of placing some stuff down where I'm like, oh, this could be there, this could be there. It might not make hella loads of sense right now to you guys, because all the values are kind of not there. But once I start to affix a few local values to things, you might be like, oh, he's not completely mad. Thank you for sharing all your knowledge with us. It's really interesting. Oh, no worries. This is why we're here. I do like teaching, you know. There's lots of stuff obviously you can learn online from different tutorials and creators and stuff, but or even in books, but I do find that a lot of the real in the details stuff when it comes to making this kind of artwork, the information isn't that easy to find. I've yet to come across like a tutorial that sort of really covers everything in a way, so would like to try to do that. What am I doing? Losing it. He's losing his mind. Slowly. Okay. So I'm going to start playing around a little bit here. I'm going to give him a couple more local values, and then I'm going to sort of put the real values in for things in here, and then I'll try out some lighting and see if we can like make sense of this a little bit more. Like I said, these are all flats right now, so there isn't. None of these values kind of represent the value that I intend them to be right now, so that's why it feels a bit like chaotic. So let's. Yeah, I wanted the arms of this guy to feel like a little bit uncanny and a bit longer than like human arms, even though they're kind of taking a human form. You know, like the fingers and the nails and stuff are all a bit longer. And the neck and so on. So it was intentional. While it sort of borrows its forms from humanity. It is meant to feel like some kind of weird entity, a bit alien. And also that this thing would maybe have a kind of very sort of oily, kind of shiny black looking sort of skin in a way, that it's going to be quite spooky. Yeah, and this orb is going to be like a lot darker, high contrast. The black sun. And yeah, some of these skulls, like this one, would be a lot brighter. Whoa. These ones coming out, they'll be like a lot blacker. This one that's getting kind of cleaned up and more gold is this one. This guy is a bit lighter. So is this dude. So is that guy going back in. And I think maybe, yeah, we'll try like half of this go in gold. Have you ever seen the film Sphere? Like half of this would be kind of like gold, like the sphere, and then the other half kind of like the black goo. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Then, yeah, this material flowing around from the front. So I put the lines on. So I'm just going to think basically a little bit about some lighting here to sort of give everything context and depth. And yeah, we'll kind of build up the thumbnail from there. But kind of like the shape and arrangement of this at the moment. But we'll see. Sometimes when you start to add a bit of lighting to stuff, that you create new interactions with the shapes, and some stuff then starts to appear, you know, a little bit too in the wrong place, or you get like weird tangents or whatnot. So I'm thinking about the lighting here. I think there's a couple of things that I maybe want to play around with. One is maybe some kind of just strong back rim light to kind of pick out some shapes, and then a much more sort of softer light from the front. Or the other thing I was thinking about is kind of a bit more of a a light source that's sort of, coming across the figure, leaves the eyes in the darkness so that they can kind of glow a bit. Because glowing eyes, some lighting coming across like this, that kind of thing. So we'll try a few things out. And best to do this if I do this in a mask. So I've got multiply layer here, dropped a value over the character that kind of puts it in shadow, quote unquote, and then I can mask this back out with a brush, and that means I can use like the brush I like rendering with to kind of carve the lighting out into shapes on this, and I can use the flats that I have to sort of help me navigate this as well. So try some things out. It's good to try and be like somewhat correct with this so that you don't have loads of things to fix later, but sometimes being entirely 100% correct isn't the best way to go, and you might want to sort of bend the rules of the light a little bit to kind of hit things in the way that you want them to be hit, and cast shadows where you want them to be cast, etc. After all, this is an illustration. It is there to tell a story, and you are the storyteller. And if you don't like the way it's telling the story, then just change it. You don't have to be beholden to like, this isn't 100% correct. You can obviously push things too far, and then you really like mess things up, and you go the opposite way, and it becomes really unbelievable and rubbish for that reason. But yeah, try and design. Yo, looking good so far. Thanks, homie. Thanks, Asta. How you doing? Glad you could make it. But yeah, but being correct isn't the be all and end all. It's good to obviously understand what the correct way to do something would be. But a lot of times in illustrations, I break a lot of rules and bend what's possible to fit the end that I'm after. So you should too. Love your stuff as always. Lovely surprise to see you again. Hey, thanks. Exal. Is that how you say your name? Thank you. Thanks for coming back. I will be back streaming like regularly 3 days a week again for the next few months. So tune in. We were here yesterday, here today, here again tomorrow. And yeah, like I said, every week for the next few months. So you can tune in. And we'll be continuing on with this illustration as long as it goes well. So you can follow the progress. Going to try and do, this kind of splash illustration start to finish, so you can see what that whole process looks like. In that way, I have a new portfolio piece, but we also have hopefully some interesting streams and can share knowledge and tutorials of kind of every part of the process. And yeah, answer questions where possible. And yeah, I might even do, once we've got a few streams underway, take some submissions from people for paintovers that they would like on their own work. But first things first, we'll get our own stuff underway. But yeah, I would like to do a little bit of that. just be nosy, really, see what everyone's up to. But no, I do like doing paint overs, and helping people out with some of the issues that they might be having with their work. It's good for me too. It keeps the art direction side of my brain active as well. Just having to sort of figure out the solution or ways of improving other people's work. So as you can see here, like I'm trying out some lighting where I'm sort of setting up a little bit of contrast up here. With this guy, really trying to sort of focus the light a little bit. Just to make him a little bit more interesting. Yeah, this is really the point at which I'm, looking at the illustration, but I'm trying to think, like, ultimately, where do the people need to be looking and understanding, and how can I build that up with certain contrasts, and yeah, this is how we're going about it. Getting a bit of light on the hands here. Like I said, I wanted him to be kind of like as if the hands are sort of covered in oil, right? So there's going to be kind of quite a bit of specular reflection in these that there wouldn't be on skin, so that's going to really draw the attention a little bit to the hands. A bit of picking up some of these edges. And this stuff will be really fun to paint. I do like painting that kind of material, reflective and so on. Got quite good at it over the years. Same with gold, obviously. I really like painting gold. That's something that I really love to do. Magic effects and that kind of thing. Again, it's just like you grab it. Initially, all those things you find very difficult, like hair. I love painting hair now, right? I found it very difficult when I was learning, and then I really put some time in to study it, and now it's like one of the things that I think I paint really well, and that I love painting. So. I keep turning the line work off every now and again. Obviously, without the line work kind of completes things to a certain degree where they aren't in paint, right? And it can give a kind of a bit of a false impression because it sort of, in a way, acts a bit like a sort of fake ambient occlusion in a way. So it just makes things look a little bit more finished and refined. It's good to like turn the line work off every now and again and just be like, what is actually happening? I do want this to be a little bit brighter back here. So I've got this big like triangle up in the sky here behind him. I really was maybe thinking about this being, it's almost just like, just light, just pure light. Why? Because Let's get rid of that. Like I said, this painting, it doesn't have a story to it, the design of the character or anything like that. This is just like a collection of things that I wanted to do in a painting. And therefore, it doesn't ultimately need to make sense. Maybe we can make up some story for it later. And then I'll pretend that the story was there from the start. But yeah, it's really not the intention for this one to have had a lot of narrative to it. It's I just wanted to do certain things. So we're doing them. So get wrecked. I'm just thinking about where there might be kind of reflections on this sort of ball. I intend this ball to be like a kind of reflective, sort of oily, kind of ferrofluid kind of ball that maybe on one half is becoming kind of like a gold liquid. You know, and on the other half is this sort of oily blackness. And to what extent kind of the light hits that. So, you know, this kind of triangle thing back here, I will work out later exactly how that reflection is going to work on here. But that's basically hitting it from the back front as it is this rim on the character. And then, yeah, we can figure that out later. But yeah, I mean, kind of liking where it's heading. What do you guys think? Looking good, yeah. Sick. So just using curves here to sort of dynamically change the values of this, where I want the darks to be darker and the lights to be lighter, but the mid values to stay like slightly darker, so something like this. Yeah, if people have missed it before, like basically these sort of skulls, or this skull that's in front, it sort of comes out of the black orb as a skull or like oil, and then it comes round. You know, this one is kind of facing the opposite way to us. We're seeing it from the underneath, and then it kind of comes round into the front, where this one, where it's like it's being cleansed in some way. Again, we can maybe figure out story-wise, but let's say it's like symbolic of your mind. You know, you come out of the fog, and then have your mind cleansed. This becoming a gold skull, and then these gold skulls get fed. You know, they go back around and they get fed back into the ball. You know, maybe we can think about the symbology of that a little bit more. But that's basically what's happening. So we have... I'll leave this on the side, actually, because it makes sense for people to kind of be like, what the fuck is he doing? This was like the OG sketch for this kind of character, right? We'll leave him up here, so you can see here the thing. I should hit save actually. Alright. Alright. Cool. But yeah, it's going to have lots of drapery, hence the line decker studies. As you can see, his outfit is, yeah, it's just going to be folds. I'm thinking there's definitely going to be some kind of gold adornments and jewelry. As well, because we love painting gold. We got glowing eyes. Yeah, I'm thinking potentially in the background, maybe there's going to be more drapery, or like even some like very stormy clouds, which could be real sick. Because I don't know about you, but I love painting like stormy clouds. I like the idea of the fabric getting darker towards the base, like it's dirtier, absorbing the oil. Yeah, because we'll see this character existing in a world where the floor is just coated in oil stuff. Yes, very cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, when I was initially thinking of this like first one, you know, in June where Harkonnen is like in the goo. He's like in that sort of like goo bath, black goo, and he has those like kind of servants that he murders. It's I was kind of thinking of, you know, along those lines. And yeah, when this is done as well, the image, I can make the PSD available as well, and you can go through it and have a look at the layers and whatever it is you kids do. But yeah, all these VODs will be saved anyway, so you can check back anything that you missed or that. And yeah, I'm going to clip out any of the little sort of like tutorials or explanations of stuff. I will clip out as like little separate videos as well, because yeah, I did want this to be kind of like see-through as well in a way, so I've got to make sure that it's only really thick on the edges. Yeah, I also wanted to do something like this where it's just a bit sort of like weird and kind of esoteric and a bit sort of, I don't know, dreamlike or something in a way, because even though I do a lot of like fantasy stuff, it's still grounded in reality. Like there's not very anything like supernatural about it, so it's quite nice for me to like do something where and just make it up a bit more. It's very freeing, you know. And I don't want to render these too much. I'm kind of getting a bit into the render, but just trying to get a good sense of like where everything is in space in relation to each other. And you can do that quite well with lighting, you know, you sort of separate things out. So you can see what I mean about the line work, right? When the line work's off, it's like, oh, these are shapes. You don't necessarily really know what's going on, but it's like, yeah, it works to a point. When you even have rough line work, it kind of solidifies things a little bit and places them, so it becomes a little bit like easier to understand. But eventually, it's going to be a painting, so the line work needs to function without the line work and things to work. So there's a little bit of back and forth that needs to play. 9 times out of 10, like I'm sending thumbnails with the line work on, like the thumbnails I showed you before, just before. But I do prefer looking at stuff without the line work on. Gives me a better sense of how the painting's going to look. But I think sometimes for client work, the line work shows them the things that they've asked for. Like, if I showed this to a client, they'd be like, oh, but, you know, it's missing loads of outfit details, you know, or something like that. And it's not. It's just they're not painted. But on the sketch, they're there. Do you know what I mean? I think it's just a bit safer to send stuff with the line work on it. You can also send it without the line work as like a, you know, a second JPEG or whatever. Yoink. Sorry, I need to select these and paint behind them. This is ultimately maybe a bit too much detail at this stage, but I got myself a bit carried away. I'm going to do the background stuff in a second. Okay. Honestly, like foreground, middle ground, sort of starting to come together nicely for a thumbnail. Now it's kind of what's going to happen with the background. Could get up a little bit of cloud reference and see how that might fit in. Also had this idea of like maybe there was some kind of hanging veiled figures back there, and both of those things could still be in there. I feel like it needs some kind of, you know, some other shapes back here that are kind of quite low contrast flowing around. Maybe even something more to do with like the liquid. Try some things out. Alright. Just give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be a couple of minutes. And then, yeah, we'll get back in. And we'll look at some cloud rev. I want to try out some like stormy clouds first in the background. And we'll go from there. Alright. See you in a sec. Hey, yo. Subscribe for bathrooms here. Yeah. Yeah. Subscribe to my only bathrooms for bathroom content. Alright, I'm back. I've got my chocolate Huel. So I can drink lunch while continuing to paint. Not sponsored. Alrighty, time flies, man. Like, it's crazy. It's honestly gone so quick. Not sponsored yet. Yeah. Trying to sponsor me. Okay. Stormy clouds. Let's go. Let's look up a little bit of reference. Stormy clouds. Okay. Damn. Yeah, some stormy clouds would be excellent back here, actually. Bloody excellent. Oosh. I don't even know if these are real. Okay. Look at that. It's pretty epic. Yeah, look at this. I like this. These kind of shapes, the light behind. Normally if I'm doing something like this, I'll like take a photo like this, you know, say this portion of it, and I'll actually stick it in the background behind everything. right? And just maybe even and I just kind of warp it. You know, something like this. And this is just to get like a bit of information into the piece. I'll show you how I will take this. Oh, did I just kill the music? Such a goober. 1 second. He said, "Oh, the music's cool," and then I killed it. Okay, sorry. Music's back. Okay. So yeah, I take something like this, I warp it. I quite like this like diagonal, this kind of shape that's coming through here with the cloud, right? But obviously I want to do my own shapes and so on, but it's a good starting point. So I will duplicate this because I'll just keep that as a base ref, but I'll turn it off. It's nice with the colors. But I'm going to turn the saturation down so it's in black and white. I'm going to bring the whites down, and I'm going to bring the blacks up. So basically, like crush that value range into the middles. And then I will do something like view, where is it? Filter, noise, dust and scratches. And this opens up a little window. And you can see here, if I like do this loads. Actually, let me show you what it does on like the entire image, because it's a bit more understandable, because the clouds are quite abstract. Okay, I've super copied the image, so I've just got like a flat version of the image on top. Okay. And if I go filter, noise, dust and scratches, and I turn this up, basically it's kind of like reinterpreting the image, but with like a stroke that you can determine the thickness of. So like you can turn it up loads, and as you can see, it kind of, it's like you've got a really big paintbrush and you just like blopping bits on, right? It really abstracts the image. But this can be quite nice if you are using like some photo reference, but what you're intending to do is more stylized. Is, you know, at 0 there's all the crunchy detail and sharp edges, right? But if you turn this up, it's like the brush is getting a bit thicker, so you lose a bit of that detail, but it kind of simplifies things down, and that can be a really nice starting point to paint over. So that's basically what I'm doing with the clouds at the back. You know, currently they're like, it's that photo. It's been stretched already, so that takes a lot of detail out of it. But I really only want it for its kind of large shapes and value information right now. So if I do, again, filter, noise, dust and scratches, I open this up. Yeah, about here. This just takes some of the fidelity out of it. So now it doesn't seem so jarring. It doesn't look like how the photo looked. Let me just let that apply. So this, too much detail, very jarring. Lots of edges, lots of, you know, stuff going on. It looks more detailed than the foreground. so it looks weird. Like there's not enough detail here to support it. Whereas this, values have been crushed, surface has been homogenized, and there's now less detail. Now it sits in the background, and that gives me room to work on top of it and integrate it into the painting. So I'm kind of using it for its essence. And yeah, this is a quick way, obviously, to get that kind of information into your painting. And like, I'm still going to customize it, right? These cloud shapes are going to be completely my own in the end, but it's a good starting point. And you know, I don't need to sit here and paint clouds for 15 hours just to get the shapes. It's unimportant in that sense. You know, help yourself with the tools that are available to get the things that you need. I don't really see the point in being precious about like the use of photos or anything like that. Like, for the most part, you'll never even know where the photo is or where the 3D is or whatever in the piece. So, I mean, obviously do whatever you want in your own work. I'm just saying, like, for me, being precious about that stuff is kind of silly, and especially if it's like client work. Like, if I just need something for the impression, I'm going to paint it properly later. So, gotta get it out the door. Because also, if I'm making these kind of thumbs for a client, like, I'm probably going to spend maybe 2 days and give them 4 versions of something like this. We're not doing that for this because I'm just not doing that, but therefore I do need to save a bit of time in places, and using like 3D assets and photos where applicable, and doing stuff like this is all part of that workflow for me, especially when it comes to weapons. And like, for a lot of the time, you know, where I've had it in the past where the client will supply the 3D models for like the weapons that are going in the piece, or at least a block out for them, and I can use those directly just to get everything in the right angle and so on. It's better than struggling with it, because there's no need to. So yeah, I mean, I think clouds in the very far background is definitely something that can work for this. But I feel like it needs something kind of a bit closer to us as well in the background. Do kind of like the sort of slight vignetting that the clouds give us. And yeah, like maybe this shape, I don't know, I do like how geometric the triangle like adds to something that's got a lot of flow to it. But yeah, what does this maybe look like with... Yeah. I'm just thinking maybe there's some like, I don't know, more drapery hanging down, you know, off of maybe some other sort of entities, floating entities that are more just heads with drapery. I don't know. I don't know what that could be. But yeah, it needs something between like the the main subject and the clouds, because I feel like that space without anything there feels very empty. And I did say I wanted loads of drapery, so could just be drapery, brah. Hell yeah, still streaming. Yeah, Cookie, we never left. I've been here since yesterday. Good afternoon, mate. How are you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, obviously really appreciate all of you tuning in. Yeah, it's really nice to have some like familiar faces in chat, and yeah, kind of feel like we're all working together a little bit. Kind of reminds me of the nose ring of the horn demon drawer, and the skulls have golden rings which the drapery hangs. Yeah, exactly. Alright, got a lot of random busy work to do today, nothing super fun. Nice, dude. Enjoy. Sorry, I'm just gonna do some random shit right now. Are you taking it to colour yet? To colour later? Yeah, definitely not today. So I'm going to be live until 3, so I've only got like another hour or so. But yeah, we'll hopefully taking this all the way through to like the finish over the streams. Yeah, as to what the colours are going to be, yeah, I'm not sure. We know there's going to be some gold. I do kind of like the sort of off-white drapery that we did in the studies, so maybe the drapery will be like off-white with some kind of, you know, embroidered trim on it. As to what colour that is, I also don't know. Yeah, the colours are going to be interesting one. And I'll most likely start the colours on top of this black and white, which is means I can sort of show you how I would do that as another thing in the stream. But yeah, we'll see.
see.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, I was just drawing some lines around, kind of having a bit of a think. Maybe these things in the background, they're sort of like something reminiscent of, you know, what this dude is, but they're like not fully formed yet, or, you know, they're not. So we still have this sort of same kind of diamond shape, like hood and the diamond shape, present in these. And that way it sort of like ties these two things together a little bit. Yeah, I'm honestly starting to think a bit like what's that bloody game? The weird game, Death Stranding. You know, you have all those like weird entities from the other dimension that appear and they float around and all that kind of shit. You know, I'm sort of thinking stuff like that, where it's like there are these other kind of drapery sort of entities existing here, and we just see them hanging up in a way. You know. This is great though. Nothing needs to make any sense. But it will give us lots of drapery to paint in the style of Landecker. And yeah, lots of flowy masses. Cool. I'm into it. We're going to sort of also add to this. What will happen is I'll go home this evening. I won't look at this image. And then I'll wake up at like 3 in the morning and I'll be like, oh, yeah, we should add this. And then I'll come back on stream tomorrow and be like, yo, okay, so this is happening. That's generally how it goes. I always have better ideas away from the canvas. You know, this will just like bubble away in my head for the night, and then yeah, come back and be like, okay. They're kind of quite nice when they're darker, eh? Like, these light ones, fine, but... they're a bit darker. Every time I hear bits and pieces about Death Stranding, I get more confused and never looked it up, though. Yeah, it's one of those games that I think it's more about like there is the story, and to some extent it does get explained, but it's sort of meant to be really off the wall, and like, you know, you're not necessarily meant to understand it. It's sort of part of the mystery is what is going on, and like the fact that you might not necessarily know everything that's happening all the time and why. I find that kind of quite interesting in a story sometimes, to not know. Like we were talking about Dark Souls earlier, it's kind of like no one really knows the story unless you're like a proper lore nerd, and in which case, like, well done. But I think that the impression was, the game was meant with this idea about the author in mind. I'm not going to go into it again because we went into it before, but essentially the game wasn't made with the explicit intent for the story to be understood, and so that adds to the ethos that the director was going for when he created the game. And I think it's similar with Death Stranding. Like it is kind of meant to be a very sort of strange and out there kind of experience of a game. It's a video game, and it knows it's a video game, and it's meant to be like an experience and not necessarily like a linear story, in a way. Everything actually does get explained in Death Stranding, maybe even too much. You just have to read it all and make sense of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just like enjoyed that atmosphere that the game creates, and the not knowing is part of that atmosphere. You know, essentially, it's like it feels super weird and dangerous and unexplained and like interesting in that way. I enjoyed running around, but I did get kind of sick of the gameplay loop eventually. But just actually being out in the wilderness is like the best bit. It was just like going back to Iceland. You know. Iceland Simulator. I'm just seeing what kind of rim light shapes I might be able to get away with. Just seeing. I don't want to ultimately have loads of little bright spots everywhere, but I do want to see what's too many. But yeah, I'm looking forward to painting all of the drapery on this. It's gonna be fun. Okay, yeah, it's getting a little bit too... Get very carried away with highlights and stuff, so I'm just dinking them in, but more and more I get very sparing with this stuff. It's very easy to get carried away and just be like, You get a rim light, and you get a rim light. Actually, you can have a lot more impact by just being very sparing, and like you just put it in a couple of places. Like you just put that little extra highlight in a couple of places, and it's almost like you don't put in enough, and it really sort of, I don't know. For me, when someone is very sparing with them, it's like the engagement of the piece almost becomes like me wanting a little bit more from it in that way. And I think something that I'm trying to do a bit more and more is like just do the thing. Channel, yeah, no, Oprah, yeah. Just do it enough to like show that it's there, and that almost it's sort of like a bit of a visual tease. People just want a little bit more of it, but you haven't done it. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking about my AS, but that's how I think about it. When I see like light done like that, sort of tastefully, it always leaves me wanting more, but it makes the piece a bit more engaging for me, personally. I try to approach it from a design perspective where you have a lot near your focal point and then less as you move away from the focal point. So you have a kind of value gradient. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of thinking about it. Stack all of your contrasts where you want the viewer to be looking first. And then as you get further and further away from things that are important about the narrative, or at least just the focus of the image, drop those contrasts off one by one until eventually you're down here and you have barely any contrast at all. And therefore it won't take away attention too much from other things. Like all the contrasts are here: black, white, shape interactions, thick and thin, detail, etc. And then all of that is just going to kind of drop off in every direction away from this at varying speeds. And there you go, job's a good one. That's all, folks. So, I'm taking Brandon's idea here of having like the cloth bit in the foreground. It's almost like it's dirty, or it is dirty. And so it's like it's soaked up what we imagine is maybe the oil on the floor. And so all of this is kind of quite, stained and saturated with the oil, and then it sort of kind of fades off as it gets nearer the top, and then maybe even the material itself. It's basically it's kind of white up here. But yeah, it's much purer as it gets further up. Now I'm flip-flopping back and being like, should these guys be white, actually? try something a bit weird here. I'm having an idea. I'm having an idea. Idea forming. This might ultimately be too many things going on, but I just wanted to try something. Sorry. I don't know. This would maybe only really show up in color so much, but I was thinking about what if there's like some floating liquid as well, but I think I answered my own question when I was like, I think this might be too much, too many things in one thing, but maybe if I like it, we'd take out one of the other things that's in here, but yeah, I think that's just going to be like, what's going on? I'll colour it red just so you can see what I was thinking, but I was like, oh, maybe there's like a, you know, like a circle of liquid that's floating around them as well. But I think with goo, gold, clouds, drapery, that we might have enough. We might have a lot. But man, I do love a liquid. Yeah, does the triangle make sense? Does each one of these have their own personal ring light? Like it's spawning of the hooded statues in the background. Like beacons. Like he's doing some kind of like a temple or shrine. Yeah, exactly. There's some kind of thing like that implied. I just like the sort of graphic nature of having, you know, you render stuff, but then you just have this like flat, hot graphic light shape in there that's just really contrasty, but quite sort of thin and stuff, but it just adds like just an extra layer of WTF. But maybe it's more something like this. What I will do as well is like I'll set up a quick thing in 3D where I have like a reflective sphere, and I'll sculpt a couple of ripples on it. Then I'll put like an object that's ring shaped above it and turn it into a light source. So I can get, and then, you know, look at it from the angle so I can see what that reflection would look like on here so that it's perfect, you know. Stuff like that, if you can just get it looking correct, it makes such a difference. Even, you know, you don't use it directly, but you paint it so that you know, okay, it's definitely going to fall here on that sphere. It really makes a difference to if you get something correct like that. I actually kind of like the round, you know, it kind of echoes the spheres in a way with that. And maybe the lady, or the other sort of thing in the background here, and that's going to be here next to them as well, it needs some work as to what that's going to be exactly, but I sort of don't dislike what's happening in a way. It just maybe needs a bit more thought. Get right, but the circles are quite nice. Yeah, the circles are quite nice. The triangle is also kind of cool, and it's like a straight edge and something that's got lots of flowing and roundness to it. Yeah, I have to have a think about it. But yeah, I think I'm starting to enjoy the setup of this piece. Like, it feels like something that I would want to paint and finish. And we've sort of set this up in a way where I don't think I would go like back to the drawing necessarily to figure it all out. I'd probably kind of start to put this into color. On top of this black and white, and yeah, just go kind of to town with the colors in the beginning, just on top of everything, and then use the kind of flats that I've made to cut all of that back out, and then we have like the basis for the painting, and that is basically like the quickest way that you can take something like this into color. And yeah, that can also help inform like what other things are going to be in the background. Like, it's going to be fairly sandboxy in a way. Like, what I mean is there's going to be like quite a bit of experimenting just within this as a piece, because there isn't any character design or story that I'm trying to tell. It's just a collection of things that I wanted to paint, which is fine. But yeah, it does mean it'd be a little bit different from like how I would go about painting like an actual character that exists with a design and a backstory and all of that. But we're kind of somewhere decently into it already, and I like what's here. So I kind of need a sandbox emote. Yeah, I need to change the emotes. I have some really old ones from when I started this channel years ago. So, like, I've got this from an old painting. The first painting I did on stream, like years and years ago. And then someone made this one. I can't remember even how that came about. But yeah, we need some. We need some new ones. We need sandbox for sure. We need the glowing eyes. The glowing eyes one from the Discord. It's already a classic faux show. Yeah, I'm probably gonna look up some more references for like robes and that kind of stuff. Get some ideas going. I feel like this guy needs like a bit of jewelry or some kind of like bling in a way. I'm just things like this to add like a little bit more sort of movement and stuff like let's say he's got some jewelry and gold chains hanging off. Like it helps again to sort of have a bit of movement and so on, but it can also help like show the form of things. So like jewelry and adornments. Maybe there's some kind of like filigree or like pattern in the top. I think the sort of belt thing can be a slightly darker material. Maybe that even has like a bit of a pattern and stuff on it. Maybe even the skulls, they have some kind of like engravings in them which give them a little bit of like detail and adornment. This guy's going to be interesting because it's going to have sort of the veil and how the light under the veil maybe changes some of the shapes. They sort of do stuff like this. Underneath, yeah, I was thinking also maybe the skulls, if they're not like carved into, that they're actually kind of like liquidy. So like, the eyes and all these other things can. I'll show you a painting that I did, kind of referencing here that you can't see, so you don't know what I'm talking about. Let me grab it and I'll show you. But yeah, this kind of thing. I do like to kind of sketch over these things and just be like, okay, this is going to be this has this to it. Because when this gets a little bit more kind of detail, then it gives you a bit more room to like flesh out other parts of the painting a little bit and be like, okay, this is a bit more XYZ, and so on. Yeah, let me grab this other painting. I'll just go onto the camera for a second. Camera! Some of you might have seen this before in the Discord and such. yeah, so this is like something I was doing, messing around ages ago now, like probably over a year ago. And it like started off as kind of like a face with flowing hair, but then I was just like really getting into making it all seem very like liquidy and so on. So the eyes and the nose and the mouth and everything all got really kind of flowy, and then yeah, the hair and everything. It's like everything's kind of melting together, and it has this like really nice kind of dreamy kind of quality to it overall as a piece. I never finished it. Sorry, I'm talking about. I have a little private Discord with some other artists. Just a very, very small thing that we post work. So none of this stuff is in the Discord, the big Discord. But now that the stream's revived, I'll start posting stuff in there more often. Because I do lots of these kind of sketches, but they don't go anywhere. But yeah, as you can see, this gets very like abstract, and it's kind of like spilt paint in a way. And yeah, the way this, I was thinking that the skulls on this would be sort of a bit like that in a way, where it's like the surface is all starting to sort of melt and distort a little bit. So yeah, it looks like a skull, but it's not quite fully formed, you know, and it's being fully formed. Like it comes out of the blob as a blob, and then as it's coming around closer to the front, we start to see like a little bit of the skull shape forming, just like very like low poly. And then here it's like all of those drips are like coming together, and it's starting to solidify, you know, into the shape of the skull, and then the skulls themselves, the finished kind of gold ones, are then heading back into the goo. Why? Who knows? It's what I want to do. But yeah, this is something. Pardon me. Something I like painting at the moment. I did it on my last piece. There, the lady's face, where she's like properly. Where she's properly getting taken over by being the hyper demon, that, you know, her eyes and edges of her face and everything are starting to melt away, and she's almost like liquefying in a way. You know, the same with the hand. It's all starting to happen. It's just, I don't know, it's just I like the effect of it, so it's something I just want to paint more of at the moment. So that'll probably make its way in there. Seems like you're entering your drippy art phase. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. There are just certain like materials and stuff that I just really like painting. Like anything that's sort of like jelly or goo or something a bit translucent like that. I like painting smoke, liquids, clouds, hair, all of that kind of flowy stuff. So we'll do more. We'll do more of it. This thing's going to have all of that in it. Like I said, all of these little extra like adornments and things, just give it a bit more detail and richness in the focal areas, and then everything else can be a bit more abstract. Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting where this one goes. I'm gonna have a bit of a think about how this should go, and what we're gonna add into it. But I know some of that will come from once I start in color and I see everything in color. I'll be able to see like areas that feel a bit empty right now because it's all in black and white. when they're in color, they won't seem so empty. Well, it will just have a completely different vibe in color. So I think what we'll do tomorrow is probably roughly put this into color. Try out a few different kind of color roughs, as it were, and go from there. As you can see here, this is the advantage of having this stuff in like separated flats. I just moved like this and this because I was looking at the shape of this, and I feel like this appears a bit too close to the body, and the spacing of this and this and this and this, I feel like this skull needs to be a bit higher to kind of complete that roundness to the journey. So where is it? Oh, come on. Yeah, so I moved this one up a bit away from the body. It feels kind of quite nice. And then where are the other ones? This one. Just grab him, move him up a bit. The spacing starts to feel a little bit better. Like that. Gabby, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Callus Jack, what about a kind of pearlescent sheen similar to what you see in an oil slick? Yeah, for real. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, that'd be quite a challenge to paint as well. But I'm up for that. I do like that kind of thing. And that pearlescent sheen would be quite nice. Obviously, like the reflection of this guy in here is going to create something nice. And maybe even this portion of it, like this kind of area, and that mixing in. It's like half of it is kind of liquid gold and half of it is black. Where the kind of cleaned gold skulls are like going back round and going back into it, they maybe could be turning it gold on their way back in. Crazy. Crazy. But yeah, I usually, anything that I do that's kind of like abstract like this is usually just ends as a sketch that I do at like lunchtime or something, you know. It's I never really finish a piece that is like this, or like this, for example. They always just get to a certain stage and then I leave them. But this one I'm going to try and include a lot of that more abstract-y stuff in here in the finish of it, because I just think it's going to be quite interesting. Yeah, I got another little thing that I was doing the other day. This was honestly started off as drawing a face, and then shit got real weird. What did I call it? Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah, there we go. No, that's not it. Is it this? Oh yeah. Okay. This maybe isn't as weird as I remember it, but yeah. I was doing these the other day. It started off as like one face. And then it kind of, I was like making it weirder and weirder, and then I started like duplicating the face around, and then sort of connecting them together. is one thing. So it was like, ugh, getting real crazy. But it's quite nice just to practice with the brush that I was using and figure out what strokes there are. But so yeah, like these, whichever way you turn it, there's these kind of the same faces in here. Repeats over and over and over again. That's quite fun. Post on Instagram or I'm gonna riot. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll start doing that because I probably won't finish any of these. So, because it's nice to have. Also, now I'm in the process of showing you all these other. I'll open up a few. I'm just opening up a few PSDs. Give me 1 second. But yeah, since you asked nicely, I'll post some of these on Instagram. I guess it's a good place to sort of dump stuff like that. But yeah, let me quickly show you. Sorry, I just opened up like big. Now I've got like 6 massive folders open. So here we go. Yeah, this was like a little experiment. One lunchtime, just mucking around. It basically started as a screenshot of a very normal looking skull from a Sketchfab, and then painted over it for a little while. It was quite fun. And then what else? I showed you this. This is something that I was maybe going to do on stream, but I decided to do the current thing that we're doing, the skull entity thing. But I had got some way into this image, but I might come back to it still. But yeah, it's not exactly what I wanted to be doing right now. So there's that. This one might be kind of hard to see, but this was just painting with very limited value range. So basically you use white and then you use like this gray that isn't very dark as your darkest dark. And I was just trying to see, what you could do with a very limited values. So yeah, that was quite nice, quite fun. Just really trying to think about what you can show, what you can't show. And then this was another one. It's like a lady sort of laying in shallow water, kind of a thing. With these kind of like patterns in the water. I was always debating on this one, like whether the gold is actually worth it in the picture, or if it just confuses the thing. I can't find which layer they're on now. Yeah, these bits. Yeah, just hoarding them because none of them are finished, and they were just kind of sketches, and then I sort of got a bit bored with them, or you know, didn't revisit them, so they didn't really have a place to live. But I guess that's why maybe Instagram's good. They can just live there as sketches. So yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Sorry, got a bit off topic there, as we do. But it's all good. So yeah, I'm nearing the end of... I wanted to stream for 4 hours. We're currently on 3 hours and 45 minutes today. So yeah, we got quite far. There's some stuff here that needs figuring out. I think some of that will come when we go into color. Oh yeah, I said I'd show the splash, of course. Sorry. Yeah, we'll figure out some of that in color. And yeah, we'll do that. We'll start getting into color a little bit tomorrow, and I can show you like how I would take something like this into rough color, and then how I use the setup here to take that kind of flat rough color and cut it back out into a layered file like this, with everything separate again. But we'll talk about that tomorrow, the process of doing that. It should be quite fun. And yeah, color's always great. I have in mind some colors like that, this kind of sky with the pinks and greys. That was actually quite nice and unexpected. So that might be something that I'll try in the sky. And then yeah, I did want to get some like slightly sort of creamier whites for the drapery, but we'll see. Obviously we've got the gold for the skulls. I don't know what color will edge these white lights, but it will be kind of something quite saturated. The eyes obviously will want to stick out. There'll be some gold and adornments and all sorts of stuff going on with this. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Very interesting. Alright, yeah, I said I'd show you a couple of things just at the end here from earlier. Bear in mind, this is old work. I'm not entirely happy with you know, how some of this stuff turned out. Partly, you know, feedback, partly at the time as well. Just you know, my painting skills are way better now than they were at the time. But yeah, obviously, like sometimes the feedback from clients is such that it kind of pushes me in a direction that I don't necessarily want to go in, or have trouble realizing to its fullest extent. So there's always a bit of a... That's why I never like posted this particular thing I'm going to show you, because yeah, I just didn't like how it finished in the end. Just trying to find the latest version. But it's how it goes. So this was the final one, and yeah, in game it's animated, so which also is something that made it kind of quite difficult for me to finish in the way that I wanted, because I had to literally paint behind everything. What I mean is, if I turn all these layers off, you'll see. Everything is painted behind everything in a ridiculous way, where like, you know, the wrist is painted behind, the trousers are painted behind the belts are separate from each other, like all of the shoulder, like everything is all painted behind, you know, in its own layer, so that it can be animated. And that, as a way of painting, really separates things out in a way that makes it quite hard to sort of jump around and paint in the way that I like painting. Everything having to be done like that, which is fine. Sorry, it's fine. But I just ultimately I wasn't happy with the finish on this, and yeah, so that's why I never posted this one. There's also another one which I think I know where to find the animated version of it. 1 second. I'm gonna find that for you.
My pain. My is the sky.
Okay. Feels like the best method is to make a very detailed color rough so you have more intuitive decision making, and then after it's locked, replicate it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. So yeah, here's the video. This is a different skin that I did, but
My world is the sky.
see this animation. I painted this splash, but it also had to be animated, and you'll see. Hang on, I'll play the animation, and then.
My world is the sky.
I'll do it at like quarter the speed. But again, I did this one after that first one, so I had a bit of a better idea on how to do it. Why can't I change the playback speed on that? Okay, it won't let me change the playback speed.
My
So
world
I'll just
is
play it
the
a couple of times.
sky. My world is the sky.
Yeah.
My world is the sky.
But it's a proper pain in the ass. Not gonna lie, to do this, and it doesn't get the best results out of me, to be honest. If I was gonna do that again now, I would definitely do it a bit differently. But yeah, that's what it was. But that was, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago now. Yeah. Tough. Tough stuff. Also, the designs are just like so detailed. But that last one with the dress was just absolutely insanely detailed, and yeah, that's very difficult. Yeah, these were the thumbs for it. They went with this one basically, but slightly modified. Yeah. But yeah, fun. How much time did I have? I was doing it whilst working full time, so I was working 5 days a week, and then I was doing that on like days off and weekends or after work. So I had about 3 months, but I didn't get to work on it for 3 months. I maybe only got to work on it probably like 2.5 weeks of actual time. So yeah, that also contributed to just me not enjoying it. Anyway, that's that. I won't talk about it anymore. It's a pain in my heart. Alright. Well, thanks. Crazy hours. Yeah, it was a lot. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised. I've worked on some illustrations for like over a year at least. So production is crazy like that. It can happen. So but yeah, anyway, thanks everyone for tuning in today. I hope you found it interesting. Sorry I got a bit sidetracked at the end with all the pictures, but it's what it is. I'm kind of a bit tired, so I kind of lost a bit of steam painting. But yeah, it was really good. When I have a bit of time, I will clip out the relevant bits from the stream. But if you want to go back and look at the VOD, it will be here on Twitch, and it will also be on YouTube. I will make sure that I update the channel in a second here. I'll just give you the link to the YouTube right now. Okay, the stream will appear here as a VOD at the end. But yeah, you can watch it on Twitch, you can watch it on YouTube. Cool. I will clip out any relevant bits when I have some time. I'll be back streaming again tomorrow morning at the same time. Until this same time, every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we'll be streaming. We'll always start the stream with some studies, and then I'll move on to working on this project. And yeah, any questions and stuff I'll sort of take as we go. And yeah, I guess that's everything. I just tried to print and I don't have a printer. Yeah, that's everything. So again, thanks for tuning in, and yeah, let me just finish up by looking at the chat here. Really love the stream. Doing thumbnails was always something that felt quite daunting and something mandatory until you get to the fun part, but the stream made it kind of click on how you could approach thumbnailing, how it could be fun to brainstorm visually, though a professional always makes the work seem easy. But really lovely stream. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, have a practice. This is definitely a way that I've found to design and enjoy doing thumbnails that is really quick, you know. If I wasn't chatting all the time, I could get, you know, 3 of these done in a full day's work, all being well, and then refine them on the second day, maybe even get a 4th one going. But yeah, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed. honestly, thanks for tuning in, everyone. It means a lot. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Yes, sorry, Uber. It's good to see you, but you're at the end. And but I'll catch you tomorrow. All right, take care, everybody. Toodaloo.